Mm. Yay. Playing the new Star Trek Voyager game. That shit's fun. If you like XCOM base building and you love Star Trek Voyager, then you will love this game. Yeah, you get to be like, it's pretty much playing the series, 7 seasons of the series, and get all the characters. Like one of my favorite parts, which is kind of is is Tuvix. You get to make him and then kill him over and over again every playthrough. You get to have Tuvix, and you can even have him be a like you can keep him so you don't have to kill him, and he can be a member of your crew. But then you lose Tuvok and Neelix. But yeah, there's lots of cool little alternate universe things like that where you're like, oh, in this episode this happened, but if it went a different way, you might have this person as a crew member. It's been a lot of fun. It's kind of like our last campaign, the little like skill challenges we would do. It's literally like that. Your away missions are like you pick which characters you want to bring down because they have certain skills, and then you basically do roles with them to complete skill challenges, and then they level up. It's pretty fun. And it did relatively successful, so I think it's going to get a lot of DLC for more episodes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of the game is resource. I wouldn't call it simple. It's XCOM style, so it's very challenging. It's a survival game, resource management. But you can play it on story mode. I think that is easier. I don't play it on that, but it's like then you're just it's kind of a story game too, right? Like you're playing episodes and you're clicking through text. I'm always just like skip text, skip text. Mine more resources, give me science points. I don't give a shit. And I don't even read the text on the away missions, and sometimes it matters because it's like you choose to like give up the away mission, like run away, and I'm just picking the one that gives me the optimal skill checks. And I'm like, oh, I didn't want to run away. I wanted to kill that guy. Yeah. Oh, that one's not in there, but people are totally mad posting like, hey, when are you gonna get this episode in? Exactly. There's so many cool ideas. Like what I want to do is a full Maquis playthrough where you basically kill Janeway in the first episode and it's like Chakotay. That would be so fun. Yeah. Or full Borg is what I want too. No worries. Oh, sorry. That was exactly. Yeah, sorry. With an AI. Floyd. Poor old Floyd. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Better shape up. Well, I'm making trees right now just for fun while we were waiting because I have to outline every tree with walls to make them do the vision thing. So, but I plan to reuse a lot of these maps, so this is time well spent. Um, but are we all ready to go? Because I'm excited too. We all seem a little excited. Uh-oh, not Inktooth. It's monopoly in late stage capitalism. Well, we'll deal with your Fisher Price internet. Okay, well then let's get into it. Let's get this dunge on. Did Jeremy log in? No, he's still waiting for Snickle Fritz. No, he's on. He's on. Everybody's at the forest crossroads, so why don't we go over there? Kings allowed. And I feel like Josh Nelvier is missing from the map. No, Nelvier's there. Oh, there he is. Oh, he, I couldn't see him, but now he's there. Okay, so let's do a quick little recap of last week. Um, and it is nice to meet weeks in a row. This is great. And last week we started out in Yomatsu Bay with Haruto-san, who was the leader of your squad, and you guys had been sent there to root out some emerald dragons. But you had just arrived, and a foreshadowing cleric wandered through or monk is probably more appropriate in our Dungeons and Dragons parlance, wandered through the town. She was covered. She was ragged, and her clothes were wet up to her knees. And she warned of an attack that happened at what was it called? The temple she was from. The Temple of Illich's Teeth, and it had been destroyed by the first force that came from the south, and she came to warn y'all. But of course, Haruto-san had already been in his sake bottle and was not interested in heeding the warning. But yeah, well, his arm got frozen off by a white dragon, and then it was shattered, and then he was eaten. So he paid his price. But he, before being eaten, he ordered Kale to sort of take command of this ragtag group, and he told you to get the refugees to safety, or I guess they were refugees now, but at the time he said get the villagers to safety. And you guys fought your way out of the village, killing a few dragonkin, gathering together some scared refugees, and heading out into the night. You followed the roads into the forest. The road immediately led east. It was the only road out of Yamatsu Bay. But you arrived in the next hex over because we're doing a hex crawl, and you rolled a hex. We asked Jeremy to roll, and of course he did not roll a one. He rolled like a nine or something, and so you guys got a little battle over here. But you guys encountered a couple more dragonkin and some more refugees coming from Kome Fields, which is the next village over to the east. And they told you that they had also been attacked. The reports from there were slightly different, as they reported to you that prisoners were being taken at Yamatsu Bay. No prisoners were being taken. In fact, you clearly heard the red dragonkin leader yell, "Take no prisoners, kill them all." And so there's slightly different reports there, the report from the civilians is that General Zhao, a somewhat renowned folk hero in the region, a disgraced general from the empire who has been sent here in disgrace but is considered a folk hero, has been taken prisoner by the Dragonkin forces in Kome Fields, while at the same time most of the refugees are eager to head north to Tenche Mill, which is the next village north on your way to the city of Kiba, which promises some safety for yourself and the refugees. So that brings us to today's episode, which I've called Dark Choices. That's because it's nighttime and you have to make a choice. um, yeah. It's like Voyager episode titles are stuck in my head, so I had to come up with something kind of not very descriptive. Dark choices, exactly. Um, okay, so that's just to refresh you of where you're at. Now, let me also bring in a little bit of how this campaign's kind of running. We are running a hex crawl. So we are, uh, our resources are kind of part of what we're managing here. In particular, you guys have now been moving into the night. I'm going to say that according to Pathfinder rules, if you've been awake for 16 hours without a rest, you become fatigued. So I'm going to say that all of you become fatigued now. Status effects, it's the one with the heart. Now, what that's going to do for you, I know, is that all your guys' like auras? Yeah, because we're out of combat, right? And does it think we're still in combat? Here, how about if I plus 10 minutes, does that remove them automatic? Okay, good. Okay. Um, that's not, it's not far ass. What the fuck is far ass, dumbass? Okay, I'm gonna try and open my clock. hmm Don't go far for ass. Never chase a hoe. Sorry, I listen to rap music and it's very misogynistic. Yeah, like even just saying that out loud made me cringe a bit. I'm like, simple calendar, simple can. Okay, there we go. It's Illichad. Illichad. Yeah, exactly. He's ill and he's Chad. It's the month named after Illich. It is the first month of the winter, and it is the first of that month because it's easy to start a campaign on that first of that month. But it is also midnight. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, we wouldn't want you to start out without a full. You got that's why all your coin purses are full. Um, but it is early morning. It's just past midnight, and so you guys kind of have a choice here. Do you want to try and rest with the refugees, which is obviously a complicated thing, but certainly something you can do? Do you want to move north with the refugees towards Tenchi Mill, or do you want to move east and the refugees will probably move north without you? Um, so actually, I had a little blurb here. So after dispatching the two dragonkin, the party gathers for discussion in hushed voices. That's where you are right now. One of the village elders steps forward. He says, "Oh, samurai-san, Kashira Haruto said that we should go north to Kiba, but General Zhao is in Kome Fields. Who knows what they want with him?" Someone in the back yells, "Haruto is dead. Who gives the orders now?" And they all kind of look to you for some guidance. But the elder says, "We know the road to Kiba. We are cold and frightened and tired, but we are not lost, samurai. If your duty is to Kome Fields, we can make our way north on our own." So basically, I want to free up for you both directions as possible options for you um, to go forward. In fact, why don't you tell us? Because I think we haven't done a real formal introduction, so it would be nice even if your character wouldn't say it out loud. Why don't you each, why don't we go around here and each of you sort of share just a little bit of what your character's motivations are in this moment and what they might be thinking and where they might want to go. And you can start, Kale, since you said you know. Sure. Who wants to start first? Go for it. Okay, got it. Anyone else? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lord. Yeah. Okay. Right. Right. And making sure they have like they're protected from the elements and such because it's cold out and not everyone brought their warm clothes when they rushed out of the village and such. Okay. All right. Two sort of duty bound folk. Yeah. Well, they may not be saying this out loud, but you may know this because you've worked with them in the past. Like you may have that impression. I don't want everyone to be like sitting there necessarily saying these out loud if they don't want to, right? Um, but you also are observing Sojin walk around and heal people, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, Kale, what's your perspective? Right. And your cowardly nature is going to perform honor. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Exactly. What an honorable person you've been so far. Jintaro or Inktooth. What? Yeah. Yeah, Sojin. No, he's a great leader so far because he keeps ordering Jintaro to attack and Jintaro crushes people with his giant club. So it seems like it's working out. Yeah. Yeah. And he's sketching Jintaro, a giant minotaur crushing a dragon with his club. That's a little sketch in the corner. Um, okay, Jintaro or Inktooth, what are your perspectives? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So no real direction. Maybe might want to go to the east because you know there's more people to kill there, and not necessarily to the north. But yeah, okay, and sure. Mm-hmm. There's definitely, if you start thinking about it, there's some potential. Now, all right. So, let's see. What do you want to do? Diplomacy? Yeah, which one of those social skills do you want to use to try and pry some information out? And then I also wanted to say, Nelvier, do you have any? I know like the character type is based on divination, but do you have divination skills that you could bring to bear if you wanted? I mean, yeah. Okay, and you're trying to see if you can, if there's some type of reward structure for going. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in the guise of like trying to learn about the military deployment in Kome Fields, you ask some pointed questions. What you've learned is that the size of the force that attacked Kome Fields was maybe roughly the same size as the one that attacked Yamatsu Bay, which is probably larger than you could definitely handle if you were trying to go toe to toe with it. But the elders describe how the battle was much different than what you guys experienced. You experienced a very brutal, buildings were burning, like people are being murdered in cold blood, whereas the elder describes more of a short battle where a few people fought back, but then folks were taken prisoner. Buildings were not burnt, and it seemed like the focus was getting strong, able-bodied folks who might be able to do work put into one group, and then the rest were just sort of left and not really dealt with yet by the force that was there. However, these folks ran away and were unable to see what the results of that was. All right, too risky. Now, what about Inktooth? Inktooth, you're sort of the odd one out of the group. Everyone else is sort of tightly linked to the Lord. You're loosely coupled to the Lord and have your own like uh allegiances. So what are you thinking in this moment? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Iron Tusk, Takeda Iron Tusk, yeah. Okay. So that sounds like a little bit of loyalty. But what I also heard there, sorry, go ahead, yeah. You're task oriented, it sounds like, because you are used to getting assigned a job and doing it efficiently and then getting paid for it. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. Most important part is he's a ninja. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Let look at this ninja. What? And cool, very cool. Okay, so how does this all manifest in your little chat? Does KL just simply say, "Hey, I think we should go north," and everyone agrees, or because it sounds so far like everyone was kind of in agreement. Roll a diplomacy for me, KL, or if you have any other kind of commander like thing that makes sense, like something that inspires lower warfare. It's a you make you puffed out your chest and made a pretty strong speech, but Nelvier kind of he agreed, but the way he did was sort of sucked the energy out of it a little bit, and but nonetheless, you notice that the villagers, despite being tired and cold, all they take your words to heart. They get up, no one complains, and they're ready to start moving north again. All right, I think we maybe okay. Y'all are still fatigued though, so yeah. One, two, three, four. So you would probably have to travel all night to make it to Tenchi Bay or Tenchi Mill. So here becomes the question. At some point, you're probably going to have to rest. And are we all on the big map now? Yeah. So Tenchi Mill is that next village to the north, right? This one here. And we got sort of a one, two, three, maybe four, five hexes to get there. Each hex is going to take 2 hours of travel, so that's 10 hours of travel. Midnight. You're already fatigued, yes. You should, probably, yeah. Right. I think if you guys think about, yeah, the traveling side, but also like I feel like divination spells could be useful to be like which hex, like, and I could build a little mechanism in there to be like, oh, you can kind of pre-know if that hex is gonna have enemies in it or whatever you're looking for, right? Um, but yeah, so you can travel a few more hours into the night and then decide to camp a little further away from these villages, right? Or you could just try to like risk it here. I don't know if we trust the Minotaur with the death wish. All right, you all have this chat as you move north, with the refugees about where would be the best place. Yep, sure. No worries. Yep, let's take 5. Yep, you can bounce. You can bounce all you like. Exactly. If you don't bounce, you're a wizard. It's true. And your heals are also like these Pathfinder, yeah, compared to what we've been used to in like 5e where a healer's basically useless, your heals actually are good. As a reaction? Oh, three actions. They don't do that one anymore? Ah, it's not super juicy. It would be too powerful probably that way. Mm-hmm. Bounced. Well, good job. Yeah. Okay. And I made more trees. Uh, yeah. Okay. So what were we doing? Oh, we were talking about, yeah, go for it. What? Okay. Now I got nuts in my mouth. You know how that is. I'm sorry. They were cashews and almonds. Okay. So you're moving north, and I want someone to roll a random encounter for the next hex up. Let's make it public. Make it fun so we can all see. Remember, low is good for these ones. He rolled an 8. D10, yep. Oh! And Anthony, to roll a D6 for me too. Okay, roll another one. Yeah, roll another one. No. Um, how many ancient red dragons? Um, okay, so another thing I want to ask you all. Well, actually, you're fatigued, so you can't do this. But when you're normally exploring, there are certain things you can do, like be stealthy or scout, etc., etc. Unfortunately, like I said, because you're fatigued, you're unable to do extra activities when you're exploring or traveling. Another reason to rest. But in the moment, what happens is as you're traveling north, you I think some of you might be near the front of the refugee pack. I know KL probably isn't. Um, he's probably hiding in the middle, but because that's a good place to command from. Um, but whomever might be in the front, you hear some loud crying ahead of you, and when you approach, you see that there are uh, a couple ahead of you in the snow, and one of them cries out and says, "Oh, samurai!" It's the woman. She says, "Oh, I need help. We were running away from Yamatsu Bay. That's where y'all from, and we lost our son in the dark. We think he's wandered into the woods. We saw some of those dragonkin, and we fled really quickly. We thought he was right behind us, but we've lost him. Can you help us?" You guys do a quick check around, and the young boy is not among the refugees you have. Probably, we last saw him maybe half an hour ago in the woods here. We were running from the dragonkin. I'm sure he's still around here somewhere. I hope they haven't got to him. He's definitely within the text. And one of perfect. One of the elders says that he'll continue leading the refugees north and hopes that you guys will catch up soon. And who wants to do a survival check to see if you can find the tracks for the young boy? I heard two people. Okay. Survival check. Yeah. Inktooth existing, so you can get a +2 circumstance bonus. You can rive it as a private role. And you so Inktooth, you notice that Jintaro volunteered, but he's also seems untrained in this. So you point out to him where the tracks are, and Jintaro, you think you found the tracks. And you all right, you guys follow the path or the tracks into the night for about 10 minutes. After this time, let's actually do perceptions from all of y'all. Even though it's a dark night, the moon is 3/4 full and is providing enough light for you guys to see in the woods. And as you follow the path through the woods, you see two dragonkin standing over what looks like a scared and cowering young boy. Let me put them on. Let me put everybody on this in this setup. Where are we? Reload. Now I need a commoner, little boy. And the dragonkin. That's a white dragon, not that. Okay, most of you, I think. Oh, I haven't loaded this up yet, so let me load you over. You should be activating into the new space. And you should have some visibility of the enemies. You could have done battle medicine on your Minotaur friend. You spent 2 hours, so I think you can do. Yeah, get in. Well, you guys can talk nicely to them, but they're probably going to charge you and fight you. Yeah, you guys can spot them from here. You guys have spotted them. They seem to have seen you coming, so there's no surprise moment here. And we can begin the encounter. Dun dun dun. Sojin, you are the first to act. Remember, if you move over the ice part, it is going to be difficult terrain. If you move over the bridge, it will not be. That's Sojin. The red dragonborn, or dragonkin, walks forward and he goes, "Ah, yes, some fun. Come, we can kill them." And he moves over here. The white dragonborn kicks the boy, and then he runs. He runs up to here. Wow. And and then the little boy runs over here and walks across the creek. Inktooth. That's the ninja. That's a great song from a great movie. Okay. Jintaro. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shakes as Jintaro charges forward. Nelvier. Warp step. Okay. Okay. All right. Nelvier's turn. Then we are on to Kale Lest. Nice. Sojin. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mmm. Bane, bro. So they gotta do will saves. Okay. an aura yet. Okay, but if they reach 10 feet in within you, they have to make a DC 19 will save. Got it. Okay. That was so oh, it's their turn. And guess what? They are ready to attack. What's this, bro? Watch this. He's got something called Reckless Charge. Let's read it because I made it a long time ago and I don't remember what it does. The Dragonkin strides twice and then makes a strike. Oh, what's his speed? His speed is 25. So he can stride once and then stride twice. Then make a strike. As long as they moved at least 20 feet, he did. It gains a +2 circumstance bonus. Okay, he also becomes off guard for the rest of his turn because he's reckless. So he will make a saving throw. He got a 15. That's a failure. So he will take the Bane effect. And now he will attack you with his strike. Let me target you. Does a critical miss hit you? Okay. Then we will strike again because you know what? He has an extra action because of his reckless charge. Does a 24 hit you? Then you get to take his heavy hitting damage. Oh, 16 plus 8 is 24 damage. Chunky, chunky damage. And then his little friend. He says, say hello to my little friend. And then his little friend comes charging up too. And he does not have a reckless charge because he's just an expendable. So what does he have? He has a frozen frenzy. I don't know what that is, but it gives him more damage. Get his will save out, you say? I will then. I will, he says. So close, yet so far. Also baned. Double baned. Okay. And with my Bane attack, I'm going to attack you, bro. Here's a great club attack. Failure. Here's my second attack. Also great clubbing. Also failing. Wow. Okay, well done. Tank cleric. And we have the little commoner who's just going to be like, I'm a kid. Where's my mom? I'm going to run over here. So then it is Inktooth's turn. Mm-hmm. The red guy is. Because he did a reckless charge, so he's off guard. He's really reckless. Exactly. That's right. Critical! Yeah, exactly. I was gonna give you a hero point, but gave you a critical instead. Minimum! Yeah. No, he took two moves. Jintaro. Not at all. This is a little skinny bridge over a frozen creek that, yeah. Yeah, yes. That just means it takes one more square of movement to move onto that square. Well, you can't stand on top of, bro. Come on. Yeah, right. Yes. I'll do I'm the damager. He took the damage. You do. Mm-hmm. Remember, it's the lower one now. Yeah, I know you know. And 18 is a hit. Is that right? Oh, he's off guard still. That's right. He likes taking 12s. His name is 12. Um, Jintaro's turn is done. Then we are on to Nelvier. Mm-hmm. Protective wards, protective wards, protective wards. Mm-hmm. Not with these guys who hit for like 28 damage. Needle darts. Critical. Yikes. 12 damage. Target gets bleed 2. There we go. Bleed 2. Damage? 6 damage. Times 2. Boom. Yeah. So it was 12 damage. Bleed isn't. Yeah. No, it is because I dragged it over and it says persistent damage. I think you have to heal for it. KL. He makes a roll each turn, I think. Okay. Tucked right up in there. All squad mates can step. If any of your allies ends this movement adjacent to an opponent, that opponent is off guard. Yep, it's difficult terrain. Yeah. So everyone can take one step. If after that step you are next to an opponent, that opponent is off guard to melee attacks from you and all other squad mates who responded to the pincer attack until the start of the next turn. Yep. Yep. I'll just grab another off guard and put it on this guy. There we go. Everybody does a little dance, a little do-si-do. You guys practice square dancing. Exactly. Why are you guys doing that? I can't. They're like, who was I aggroed on? They don't even know. They don't even know. Yes. Good. Taking a step. Yeah. Everybody takes a step. We're on to Sojin, the third round. Me too. At first, I thought that was going to grant everyone an attack after, and I was like, oh my god, how powerful is this? But no, it just makes them off guard. Strike hard! Is that what you're doing now? Oh no, you already used all your. It's Sojin. Sojun. Sojin. Mm-hmm. That's a hit. Ooh, chunky damage. Not 12, 14. Boom. That was chunky. Anything else, Sojin? That was only one attack, right? And change your grit. All that was actions. Okay. Then Red guy. Oh, he's like, I took bleed damage. Did he actually take it? He did. It automatically did. And at the end of his turn, he rolls that. Assume he gets to the end of his turn. He's going to attack Jintaro. Ooh. Why did that say target Sojin? That's not right. Yeah, I was just checking if it was crit. It's not. So he'll do Bane and Protective Wards. And Steel Shield. No, that was Sojin. Um sorry, 18 damage. And then he will strike again. Is it? I tried to, but it. Yeah, I don't know why. I've clicked it and I clicked target. Maybe. $22 will hit. So another damage. Boom. Why did it roll 2? Oh, it rolled 2 last time. 11 damage. Okay. Well, here's the last hit then. He rolls a 14. Okay. White Dragonkin is going to attack Sojin. Strike number 1. 14. Strike number 2. Nope. And strike number 3 is almost certainly going to be a miss unless he rolls a 20. No. Miss, and a crit miss. So their round is over. Merry Christmas to you too. Merry Festivus for the rest of us. And Inktooth. He's like, I want to get in these protective auras. Yeah, he's got a rock in his hand. He's ready to go wild. Oh, wow. That was last game. Yeah. Giving kids smokes, I remember. Yeah, it's only like a foot or two down. The only point of this bridge is to keep your feet from getting wet when you cross. Yeah. Yeah, you can stab at his hamstrings. Double slice. $21 is a hit. Oh, also a 21. Also a hit. Double that damage up. Give us some sneakies. Sneakies. Boom. Those were below average. I don't correct the math anymore. Okay, but did you use your top attack bonus there? The last one. I think it's -8, but wait. No, you have minor attack penalty -4. Oh, it's just -4, so it's 20. That's still a hit. Go. Roll damage. And it's sneak attack still. Now we're talking. What? That was not a critical. No, I'm just gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna take the original one and take half damage because you rolled better damage. Okay. You bit his leg, and he's like, "Ah, get off me, you stinking rat!" I switched it up for next time that you'll be able to see the tough guy, but as well. I feel like it doesn't hurt because it's easier to tell like who. But yeah, for this one, I noticed you couldn't see the tough guy, so I switched it for next time. Um, Jindaro. Here, I'll put his. It's visible too. Okay. Raise slabs. Thick slabs of stone rise around you before tilting over. You deal this much damage to all adjacent creatures. Yeah. Yeah. So they both take a reflex save. Yeah, it sounds like a Final Fantasy spell, right? But is this basic? Yeah, basic. So they're all going to take half if they hit. So roll the damage. White Dragonborn also passes. But that's 10 damage. Yeah. Well, you move too. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. Nelvier. Lab Soul. Oh. And it's perfect if he's surrounded. All right, wizard. Show us your wise ways. But the word wizard means wizard. My God. Ooh, that sounds like a good one. All right, we'll start with white guy, which sounds weird. That's a fail. And then I do the other guy right away. Yeah. Okay. And ooh, narrow fail. Give me some dimmy damage. Blibbity blap. Five. Five damage. Oh. Yeah. The stain gets bigger. I like that. Uh, I think so. He was off guard until who made them off guard? What did it say? Let's see. Yeah. So they're not anymore, but they are, yeah, like Bobby said, they are still off guard for other reasons. It's the other way around. You take his turn for him. Yeah. Honestly, that's some of the sweetest synergy in this game is when you're like pump everyone's powers into one guy. Yep. No, and he poops his pants just a little bit. Sojin. The guy looks very near death. He definitely. You know, if you can get one good swipe off, you might be able to finish him. And you stab your katana right into his belly. Oh, Kurosawa. Yeah, the blood sprays in a perfect arc across Jintaro's armor, and he dies. Now, here's the question. Oh, wait, there is no question because the next turn after Sojin. So, Sojin, do you have any actions left? Do you know? Yeah, okay, 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 okay. Good. Is that the end of your turn, Sojin? Yes? Okay, it's the white guy's turn. What does he do? Yeah. So we got Jintaro, Inktooth, and KL can all do a reflex save or take 2 damage, half if you fit. 2 damage. And did Inktooth roll? No. Yeah, perfect. Uh, The person who should be able to succeed does succeed. You take 1 damage. These guys have been kind of fun little skirmishes to start out because they've actually been a little bit of a challenge. But yeah. Okay. Well, we ended the battle. The little boy is happy that you saved him. You guys get 1 million experience points for saving the little boy. Yeah. And you are able to uh, reconvene with the refugees who have only moved a short bit north when you catch up to them. And I guess the choice is, do you camp in this hex or move another hex? It's about 3 in the morning now. It's good. Yeah, this makes like a good. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I dropped. Did it crash? Yeah, my bad. I'm gonna. I'm reloading. I'll be right back. Yeah, take that. Ha ha ha. Wrong button. Why'd you press that one? Uh, okay. Should be up again. Yeah. I was just hoping that would fix something for me. That was the heal before the rest. Okay. All right, everyone gets a long rest. It is now uh around 10 in the morning. Maybe 11. No, it's around a little before noon. Yeah. Everyone got a long rest. Everyone heals to full off a long rest, don't you? Oh. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, you're definitely not getting full hit points unless it says you do. Spend your resources. That's what we're here to do. Moving north. Okay, so let me go back to Shiro province here. Activate. So we rested up. We're gonna move so that's like about okay. You move 6 hours through the day. It's now getting close to about dinner time. You're still 2 hours outside of Tenchi Mill. And you are now rested, so you're no longer fatigued. So y'all can do more during your exploration phases if you like. You can have someone sent to scout ahead. You could all actively be investigating, or each of you can kind of pick a role. Let me tell you what the roles are in case you haven't reviewed them recently. Let me see. Where did I put that? Oops, that's not what I wanted to post. Yeah, you didn't read that fast enough, did you? Those were just my notes for what the different actions you can do while you're investigating or while you're traveling. 53. Hey, and you took your whole day of doing your medicine? Okay. So the question is, how are you planning to approach the village? Are you going to do it sort of just as a giant pack of refugees wandering in out of the cold? Are you going to scout ahead? Are you trying to be stealthy? Oh, you should be on this. All right. I'm gonna do a stealth check for you to see if you can maintain your hiddenness as you scout ahead. You could also roll perception for me too. Okay. All right. Let me just change something for a second. Okay. Yeah, gotta change everything because he's rolling a four. No. Okay. You do manage to, as far as you can tell, avoid notice as you're a little bit ahead. You're still only maybe 10, 15 minutes ahead of the pack, wanting to give them, ample warning if there's an ambush or something. And you actually make it fairly close to the village. You do see one patrol of dragonkin, or white dragonkin, that are sort of wandering along this road, and they may encounter the road that you guys are on. Okay. But Inktooth, you notice that when you come upon them, they are walking towards the village, not towards the refugees. Okay. You let them walk away from you for a little bit, just so there's a little distance between you. And then you notice a commoner walking forward down the path towards the refugees. Um, he looks to be an older orc, and he's got muddy knees. That's maybe all you can really see. Um, but he's got some supplies. He seems like he might be just going about business as usual almost. But he's walking from Tenche Mill out towards what looks like a uh, lumberjack cottage a couple miles away. You passed it on your way. It looks like it. He's got a axe over his back, and he has a few other uh, tools that look like he might be planning to go do some work at the lumber mill. Okay, you can quickly do that. You do know that the party is probably going to encounter the commoner in about 5 minutes, so you only have a short amount of time to decide what you're going to do, if anything, before the commoner arrives. Okay. You didn't see any refugees, and you're you didn't get you didn't get clear, like, you didn't see refugees from Tenchi Mills is what I mean. You didn't see new refugees. You have all your refugees with you, of course. You kind of do. Yeah, I'd say most of the folks who are honor bound see you as the leader of the group right now. And you were the one who was given the command by Haruto-san. It was four in the patrol that he saw. The lumberjack starts walking around the corner. You guys see him. He kind of sees you guys, but at first he's a little shocked. It looks like he might turn, but then he sees the samurai and he comes walking forward, rushing, maybe scuttling a little quickly, actually. And he comes up and he says, "Oh, samurai-san. Oh, hi. You must be very careful. If they find you, they'll make you swear to them, like they did to me." He points to his muddy knees. He says, "They came in the night. Soldiers marched into the town and demanded to speak with Headmaster Oru. They spent mere moments talking before he was on his knees and opening his doors. My brother Kenji thinks it's right, but I don't. I had no choice, you know." "Yeah, I'm from Tenchi Mill. They sent me, all the townsfolk, maybe 50 or 60. Almost all swore. A few did not, and they were sadly executed." As you guys are talking, you notice that some of the refugees in your group have started talking to the lumberjack. And you overhear a little bit. The lumberjack says, "Yeah, they'll let you in. You just need to swear to them." And after he says that, two women who have been weeping most of the night scurry forward towards the town before you can stop them. Someone behind them speaks up and says, "Their father lives there. So does my sister. We should go." Are you gonna kill it? Are you gonna kill the lady? Uh, let's literally pull. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's very loose, but we definitely have honor structures, and if you feel like this is breaking your honor, then that is justifiable. How many times I can take a hit before they go down? It's just two women for the moment. It's two women. The lumberjack is okay. Make a so, so what are you making, an intimidate or a diplomacy? Okay. Yeah. Jintaro can as well. Yeah. Yes. Well, okay. Well, explain to me what you're gonna do. You're gonna try and speak to them in their language or motivate them with something that they're yeah. Okay, so that sounds like a strong diplomacy. So you can do your lore labor um to support your diplomacy check, but I want a diplomacy final roll. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay, so the women don't stop crying, but they do stop running, and they are crying out, saying, "But our father is there. We must save him." And you can tell that there is the refugees are torn. They don't know if they. Some of them clearly want to go and see the safety of the village. Some are very hungry, but others are very much like you guys, like, no, hell no, we're not going to go in where those dragonkin are. Hmm. Very moving. The power of your station, the power of your words, and just the power of the moment is enough to sway the refugees. They're still not concerned. They're still not sure what the right course of action is, but they are all willing, and like they're all loyal to follow you at the moment, whatever you command them, whether that's going into the town or not. Um, Sure. Yes. In fact, that probably makes you the most well known, or like the of your party. Like KL's the leader, but he's just from the peasants' perspective, they don't know him as more than just a samurai. Right. Okay. Okay. So here's the next question then. It sounds like there's pretty much consensus that you don't want to go into the village of Tenche Mills. So do you want to move into this hex for camping with the how come it's not? Oh, that oh no. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Up here, right? Okay. Okay. So you guys can move here. Let's roll a 1d10. Nice. A 2. So you guys find yourself a nice clearing that's large enough to make a small camp. You let the refugees know that they can uh, use a small smokeless fire for cooking, but that's it. And the refugees are not super happy, but they're glad that they have some direction and safety. And you guys are able to set up a camp for the night. In this time, are there any interests for you to do anything else? Or should we camp and do some watches and then wake up the next morning? Yep. The eternal efforts of trying to get your hit points back up. Mm-hmm. Most of these people are, yeah, most of these folks are like straight up peasants. They don't do much more than fish or farm. You are definitely going to be suspicious of a large number of the peasants just because you don't know them. Okay. Um, Perfect. About what? Nice. Beautiful. That's hero point. Um, okay, so as you guys are yeah, do you want to? Yes, please do. All right, Inktooth, before you are sometime around the dinner hour, I want you to roll a perception check for me. Perceive it. Okay. So You regularly attend to your tools, your ninja tools, etc. You keep them clean, you keep them sharp, you keep them well tucked into their sheaths so that they can be easily drawn as needed. And so there you have a number of mannerisms that are fairly regular. You tap them just to make sure they're there. You want to make sure all your blades are there, etc. When you're leaving a place, you don't want to leave your weapon belt behind and stuff, so you're often checking to see if it's there. Um, Today, you happen to, this is after dinner, you're getting up, you happen to adjust your kunai belt, and as you're doing it, a small piece of paper falls to the ground. You hadn't put the paper there, so you know that someone else had, which is suspicious to you. But at the moment, you can try and scoop it up unspotted, but everyone else can do a perception check right now to see if you saw the paper fall out when Inktooth was doing his business. You can do either, but if no one spots you, you're basically clear um, to pick it up any way you want. Oh, it does look like a few people may have seen something. So you roll, yeah, you roll a stealth. Okay. Um, no, no public. Okay, you scoop up the paper. Sojin and Jintaro, you notice this. You can do with that information what you will. But Inktooth, you scoop up the little piece of paper. What do you do with it? It's a folded up. It looks like it might be a note. Yeah. Okay. Roll a stealth for me. Okay. Sojin and Jintaro, all you notice after seeing this momentary, you know, event is that Inktooth seems to slink away, maybe to continue his scouting around, or maybe just to go take a peek. You don't know. Um, but Inktooth, you go around you get out of vision of anyone who you think maybe could see you, and you use your skills of palming, etc., to pull the piece of paper out. You sort of unfold it inside your palm so that no one can kind of see what you're doing, and you just sort of raise your palm up briefly in front of you to your eyes, and you notice that uh, the note is very short and easy to read, in particular because it's in the script. It's in like symbolic script of the Kugong Empire, so it's very short. Um, and it reads as follows: The headmaster sold his people for a warm bed. The black lily has a long memory. The rat who collects this debt is rewarded. The note is stamped with a black lily, which you know to be the symbol of the black lily. And you know this is a death note, meaning this is what you would typically get if you were ordered by the black lily to kill someone. No, it's in common. It's in common, but it's got a black lily stamp, which you recognize as being an official black lily. This is a death note, basically. But yeah, it's in common. This, yes, your understanding is that the headmaster of Tenchi Mill, who has basically defected to, in your guys' terms, to the Dragon Army, is being targeted by the Black Lily um, for those actions. Now, here's let's see. Do like a society check for me. Society. A 20. Oh, 26. Okay. No, that's where did you roll it? Where'd you? Hmm, not really a society. Not really a society kind of rat. They 3D printed the save icon. That's so cool. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, do a perception for me to see if you can follow him while he was trying to sneak away. So you let him get a little bit out of your sight before you follow him, as you mentioned, and then unfortunately, as you try to catch up to him, you can no longer put your eyes on him. He's somehow ducked out and dipped away from you. Yeah. All right. But you might have a chance to chat with him when he comes back. But I just wanted to go back to Inktooth for now. So Inktooth, the other thing you notice is you have had a little bit of a sort of cat and mouse with the Black Lily. They want you to join. You've been hesitant because you like your freelance status. Um, at times they've tried to at times they've tried to um, strong arm you into the group a little bit, but this seems to be more of a carrot than a stick, is what you see. They seem to be offering you a reward for doing something that they want done or need done, and you happen to be in an opportunistic position. So, from your perspective, you feel like you could take this job. It might move you a little closer to the Black Lily, but it doesn't come with any obligations beyond this, and you might be able to make some money or a connection or learn some information. Yeah, so let's say you have worked for them, but you may not have officially signed on. Yeah. Mm, yes. So it already has. It's it's a hieroglyph. Yeah. So yeah, what do you here's what I think your options are, Inktooth. You can murder the headmaster. You can ignore this altogether. Or you can maybe try and warn the headmaster if you cared about him, or some other third option that I'm open to. I mean, probably the Dragon Army. What do you mean? So the headmaster, the headmaster of Tenchi Mills, surrendered to the Dragon Army there, right? Because he's a bitch, and the Black Lily wants you to kill him for that, which is probably gonna be an easy job in your mind because he's a civilian. Like if you catch him in his if in his bed alone, you can just kill him and then leave. Well, the other question is, do you tell um, anyone else in your party? You might need help getting into the village. You might not want their help because you're pretty stealthy on your own. But have you Inktooth? Yeah, it's back to the tooth. Inktooth has returned, Jintaro. It's only been a couple minutes. You were looking for him, but you see him coming back now. Ah, I see what you did there. You want to see if Inktooth's smart enough to catch the innuendo? That's usually you get to decide, but if you want to roll a perception rock, you can do it. How overtly were you making your anything of note while you were pointing to the note in his hand? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was clearly communicated Inktooth that Gentaro seems to know something. Although Inktooth, you know that some Black Lily member got close enough to you to plant that on you without you knowing. So you know it was for you. Yes. They're also not part of the Empire, but they obviously, the Black Lily often has unknown motivations, and they will often be allied with some groups and not others. And in this case, it seems like they're on behalf of the Kugong Empire. The thing is, the motivations coincide with the empires. How about we say it that way? It's true. You guys could go to Kiva. That next town up there, yeah, you're not sure if that next town is safe or not, but how fast are these armies really moving? You've only spent 2 days out here. So, yeah, go ahead. I want to hear what you guys say. So you're gonna write a haiku that is gonna alert the Black Lily contact that you guys are gonna come back. Is that what I heard? Because that sounds awesome. And the plan is to move the refugees north. The next village up there is called Matsuko. Yeah, at this point you guys aren't sure if any word has reached the north yet, right? Like the main force that was down here was you guys and Haruto-san, right? And he's killed and it's just you guys left. So Kiba may not even know that anything has happened yet. Perfect. It's not really, yeah, it's not really. Well, I wonder what they're talking about. Hmm. Yeah. 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 You guys spent 3 days writing the haiku. Okay. So the way I'm kind of seeing it, you've got like a day to go up to Matsuko if you're going to move with the refugees. You might be able to take them up to Matsuko and then kind of hurry your way back and be back maybe in the evening. Um, but overall, I'm seeing like a day or two turnaround for this. And the reason I mentioned this is, yeah, this is not a timed quest, but in my world, things are going to happen. Kiba will be attacked at some point, right? So doing lots of back and forth will mean you might, at the moment, you're ahead of the army, but later you might be behind the army, right? Yes. Okay. So, um, well, yeah, I don't know how you're gonna deliver the haiku, but it's a beautiful haiku. You're just gonna carve it into a tree. Yes. Yes. Okay, so you guys start discussing with each other about what the plan is. Are we gonna return or not? And you guys decide, okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll leave this haiku and we will return in a day or two after we've dropped the refugees. So who's going to who wants to deliver the haiku? You'll deliver the haiku by entering into Tenchi Mills. That's your best bet of meeting up with the Black Lily contact, unless you can find him or her elsewise. Okay, so anyone gonna go with Inktooth, or is this a solo ninja mission? Okay, we're gonna go into a village here. Activate that for everyone. No, I'm gonna activate. Oh, I think I did. Yeah, there we go. Okay, none of these guys are here. Do 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 do. Um. Okay, and all y'all are here. Okay, I'm gonna move y'all into here. Inktooth part of that group? Yes. I put you all there just so you can all see what. Oh yeah, if Inktooth is here, you guys should be able to see anyways. Um. Okay. Step one, Inktooth. You are going to head into the village, and you want to kind of do so without being spotted by some of the forces in the village. So do some stealth for me. Well, I maybe get us some forces. And what did we get here? Okay. You managed to get in without alerting a patrol. You're on the outskirts of the city. Let me put you somewhere. You think you want to get to either the headmaster's house, where you might be able to find your contact there, and the headmaster's house is down here, or you want to get to, or you can, yeah, Jeremy, you might be able to assassinate him by yourself if you get lucky. Um, One thing you notice is as you're coming in, there are different looking uh dragonkin here. There are bronze ones that you haven't seen so far, but there are also a good number of white and red ones. And the first thing you notice when you come into town is that there is a gathering near the town center where it looks like the headmaster is there as well as maybe some dragon leaders that you can't really see from this distance. But if you, uh, it doesn't look like you're walking down the street here. You can see there's like a dragonkin guard standing before you, but he doesn't seem to be paying too much attention to you as you walk into the town. He's not trying to stop you from walking, and you feel that it might be a little bit better for you, at least to start, to not try and slink around. Otherwise, people might think you're suspicious. Um, so, what's your strategy when you come into town? Move into the center of town where you see there's a large gathering, maybe some Dragonborn leaders there, or move towards the headmaster's building, see if you might be able to catch him unawares and maybe get your mark. Okay, try a reload. Oh yeah, I can see you're not on. There we go. Oh, what? Well, this stuff can be demanding. The web app, but it's a demanding web app. 'Maybe I have too many high def characters. 98? You disappeared again. Here, let me reload. I'm gonna reload the whole thing. Oh, don't worry about it. It's not your fault, Jeremy. Too late. I just reloaded everything. So you're hung again, or it's reloading again. Okay, I'm gonna restart the server. All right, I'm reloaded. That's from Scarface, guys. But it's actually from Michael Bolton's song about Captain Jack Sparrow, which is also amazing. I watch that like once every 3 months. If you don't know that song, that's the one. Yes, thank you. I it is such a great song. It's one of the yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I'm Scarface snorting a mountain of cocaine and they're like close enough. I love how you know all the words too. You obviously love that song just as much as I do. Loading, 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 loading. You're not fatigued anymore, so I'm gonna make you unfatigued. Wi-Fi. You're here, but not everybody. Some people didn't rejoin. You can see all right? Or no? You can move your guy? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. You can't see the background. It didn't load that. Yeah, that's gonna make it hard for you to like, you can't see the map, right? Rat vision. I'm trying to think if we should go forward like this or not. How do you feel, Jeremy? Yes. You think we should go with what you got? Okay, it's mostly role play anyways, but okay. So, all right. And your plan was to go to the headmaster's house, right? Okay, that's down here if you can see where my little circles are circling. Okay. So you can either try and slink around and be sneaky, or you can just walk like you belong here, because that's how most of the people are sort of walking. How do you want to approach this? Okay, I still want a stealth from you to show me how, like you're kind of acting like you belong, right? So you want to hide the fact that you don't. Okay. Uh, this bronze dragonborn looks you up and down as you walk in. For a moment, you think he's going to ask you something, but you put on your best, bravest face of, I don't even notice you looking at me, sir. And you walk right on by, and he doesn't say anything. So you make it to this little crossroads here. You notice there's another dragon board right there. You can either duck south, or you can again, south is where the headmaster's house is if you're sort of following the roads, or right is across the bridge to the center of town where you can see. Actually, let me see if I can share something what you see as you get closer here. So you see that the town square there, there's a line of the bronze dragonborn soldiers. I haven't actually put them there as they actually are, but you can see that they're actually lined up like this. And there is a brazier that has been brought out and is burning in the center of this little square. It is the brazier itself is intricately carved and looks like it has draconic imagery on it. You can't really tell from this far away. It seems to be more of a symbol of some kind than offering any warmth to the people around. But you can see standing next to the brazier is indeed the headmaster Oru. You can recognize him not by his face, but by his robes. And his hands are folded and his eyes are forward. And he looks like a man who is um, lost or dejected in some way. But then you notice standing near to him is a powerful figure, a woman, whom you overhear a few commoners called the Duchess or Duchess Sivrax. And she is, from what you can see, she is a silver scaled dragonkin. She stands in layered silver gray silk. She's taller than the soldiers. She's got very fine features, fine bone. She's sort of thin. She has pale scales, um, and she looks like she's very well groomed. And her scales sort of shimmer in the day's light. Um, you spend a moment just actually taking in her presence because her presence is very powerful and it shapes the space that she's in. Let me see something here. How far away are you? Okay, you're about 90 feet away. Um, you notice people are kind of moving around her without anyone, they're giving her space based on her presence without anyone necessarily directing them not to come near her. And I guess you have an option here. You can either uh, take a moment, get a little closer, try and watch and see what's happening, or continue about your business, ignore what you're seeing going on there, and see if you can go to the headmaster's house or wherever you intend to lead, find your Black Lily contact, who is probably somewhere in town here. Ooh, ooh. Out comes the penis. What? Oh, that's what the drawing tool's for, isn't it? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, give me a stealth. All right. You hear Lady Sivrax speak. She says, "Good enough." You couldn't really hear what else was going on over there, but you hear her say that. And as that happens, the Dragonborn who is right before you, he kind of averts his gaze to go look towards whatever's happening. And at that moment, you kind of do a quick little scoot forward. Oops, what am I doing? That's the measurement tool. You scoot down here and you get in behind cover here where now the Dragonborn can't see you. And but to get past this larger tree here, you are gonna have to do something. You're either gonna have to scurry on all fours. Since you're small, that's an available one. You can kind of go under the branches, close to the ground, or you can kind of push through the branches, which might be a little bit noisier and could, if you really do it wrong, you might get poked a couple times by them. Or you might be able to scurry up on the, like, do some kind of acrobatics trick on one of the walls. You could climb up on the roof of the headmaster's house. You have a number of different ways to get through here. What do you want to do? Nimble crawl. Here we go. Perfect. So you can go under there and it won't let me move you. I don't know why. I should change those. It should allow the DM to do that. But you get to the other side here and you peek around. Do a perception for me. You're looking around. You're looking for a way into the headmaster's house, and you hear a whistle. Sorry, that didn't work very well. You hear a little whistle, and that whistle you recognize as um, it's just part of the Black Lily uh sort of code base. It's a little whistle that is meant to alert you, and you see one of these commoners across the way here. You recognize her. She's an orc. She's a female orc. You know that she's also kind of only loosely affiliated with the Lily, like you are, right? Um, and you meet her gaze, and she meets your gaze, and after she notices that you've noticed her, she ducks and moves back over here behind these trees, and you can follow if you'd like, or do whatever you'd like. Yeah, yeah, okay, okay. You can move over there. Okay, and when you get there, you see she's sitting there. She's got a kunai in her hand, but she's just sort of flipping it. It looks like she's absent-minded. And you approach her. I moved you down by the tree over where she is. She's down here. Okay. Her name is Whisper, or her name is Whisper of Autumn Leaves, but most people just call her Whisper. And like I said, she's sort of flipping a kunai, and as you walk up, she says, "Inktooth, you got my note, I see." So, are you gonna take him out tonight, or what's your plan? Yeah, right now he's in the square with the Duchess and her guards. He will be impossible to take out here without raising a commotion. But if you wait until tonight, you should be able to slip into his room very easily. Pick it up. I hid it in your kunai. You didn't see it? Hmm. She snickers a little bit. Look, Inktooth, it's I don't care who you're running with, but I'm not paying them out any more. If you do the deal, it's a standard load. I can give you 50 gold coins. She says this is straight from the lily, but I also got this, and she pulls out a wakizashi. It's a +1 wakizashi. She says, that one looks like it might be a nice upgrade for one of yours. I know that you've been using them for a long time, but you take out the headmaster, and this one's yours. Your pick: the money or the wakizashi. Hmm. Doesn't matter to me. I don't speak for Quinthus, and I can't say for what she's thinking. You know that, but I don't think they care at all who you're running with. They just care if you're gonna show up when they need you. Do this job for them, and I'm sure it'll help clean up some of your issues, you know? Not till you kill them, of course. You know the deal. You know how this works. Wow. You're thinking a lot of yourself these days, Inktooth. Look, I'll tell you what. You make it a clean kill, you get it done quickly, you can have the Wakizashi and the coin. All right. I'll meet you here where? In the morning? Great. See you then. Happy hunting. She does a smoke bomb and disappears. Ninja! She says ninja. And then you look and she's just running away. She's actually like 5 feet away, just like, don't look at me. She's just running into the snow, hoping that you don't see. Oh shit. Guys, I forgot that when you were gonna have your rest, you were supposed to level to level 4. So we can all level to level 4 right now. Beat it up. Yeah. I forgot. I'm sorry, you guys. It was even in my notes. But actually, when Anthony said that about like the +1 weapon, I was like, oh, like you guys were also supposed to level. Which gives him no benefit. Hmm. So what we're gonna do next is Inktoot's gonna go murder a commoner by sneaking. We're gonna be doing some like Metal Gear Solid shit. You're not normally allowed to rage when you're wounded. Oh, that's nice. Auto. Yeah, if you don't attack or if you don't take damage, usually you stop raging. It's meant to keep you attacking. What does that mean? Mm, mm, sounds kind of cool. I'm glad you guys have never really been Mount Party. You guys don't like. I remember as kids that we were always like buying horses and naming them, and then they would die, and we'd have to buy new ones. Yeah. Sure. Probably not a lot of undead in this campaign. Oh yeah. Moo. You can moo really loud. You can moo really loud, and everyone in your herd can hear you. Banner's inspiration. Ooh, that's a good one. That's your new fleet? Because that's like that could be very helpful versus the dragons. Yeah. Pretty rad. PFS note. What does that mean? What is a PFS? Please fucking see my note. Pathfinders Society. Society. No question. Let's see it. I got to see it. Experienced smuggler. That's what he said. He said, please let me see it. Yeah, but yeah, yeah, that's kind of dumb. That's only if your DM's like ambushing you every night. You're not gonna do the throw one, or you get to. Uh, it's still kind of cool, yo. Loud screamer guy. 300 feet, not 300 miles. 300, 300 miles is a long ways. Yeah, exactly. That's like asteroid impact. Yeah. It's good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, how you do? Is Tooth? Are you leveled? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Let me do something. Okay. Right. Okay. Tooth. You spend your afternoon observing a bit, and what you notice is actually give me one good stealth check for me. And I say good because you don't want to fail this one. Okay. Good enough, says Duchess Sivrax. Um, what? So you spend a little bit of the afternoon uh, familiarizing yourself with Tenchi Mill, and that means you do find time to get a little bit closer to the center square and see what's going on there. And you realize that what's happening is that when the guards find any civilians, any citizens of the Kugong Empire that have not already sworn to Duchess Sivrax, they are brought before her and they are basically made to swear. And what you witness is a couple of these ceremonies where the civilians are brought forward and one of the bronze dragonborn lieutenants reads out the terms or uh, the oath, which is to display neutrality towards the uh, combat or the war, to not raise arms against uh, the Dragonkin army, and to not aid anyone who is who's hostile to the Dragonkin. So basically, uh, it's a from your perspective, it's not the most damning of oaths. It's simply not to go against the Dragonkin as they are warring in the Kugong Empire. And you see many of the civilians, some of them seem more distressed than others when they are giving their oath, but many citizens do. Um, and when they do speak their oath, they simply say four words: I stand and not against. And uh, you notice that in the town, the guards are like keeping an eye out for new folks that haven't sworn yet. And you've been kind of ducking away from them so far this afternoon and avoiding their glance just in case you get hauled in front of Duchess Sivrax as well. But you don't. You are able to maintain your hidden state at least until the evening. Now, at the evening, the folks are heading back into their homes, and the Duchess leaves. You're not sure where she heads to, but she doesn't stay in the town. And six bronze guards leave with her. But the headmaster at this time, he lets out a big sigh and he starts walking back towards his house. And you're kind of hidden over here at the moment. And the headmaster is this civilian that you see on the path here. And you're watching basically as he's walking into his home for the night. And you know that he's probably going to be there for most of the night. There's no real reason for him to leave. He has chamber pots and such. So um, you're not sure if you're going to get an opportunity tonight, but if he does go in for the night, you have the whole night basically to decide when you're going to make your move. Any ideas of what your plan's going to be? Make your move right away. Wait and see if there's an opportunity. Wait, what's your plan? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're only going to wait a little bit of time. So you said half hour after sunset, right? Okay. So one thing you'll notice is this is the headmaster's house, and you know as a member of this culture very well that the headmaster's house is the public house, it's the tavern, right? So there are a number of civilians going in and out throughout the night. They often go in and come out a little more drunk or a little more happy as they've had their dinner, right? And okay, okay. So you can come in. Let me populate it a little bit more. Okay, you come in. Oh, well, because you're not allowed in there because that's a door. You have to open the door if you want in there. Oh, that's not what I want. I wanted that. Okay, wait. Okay, so maybe you don't walk back there, but that door opens enough for you to see that there's a kitchen there, right? And when you come in, it's not like, even though it's a tavern or a public house, it's very like old style. Like there's not really a bar or waiting. Like there's just tables set up and you can come in and sit down basically, right? There are two white dragonkin in here. Uh, both of them seem to be eating and drinking. There also are two uh, townsfolk in here, also eating or drinking. And you don't see the headmaster himself. So you assume he must be in his own chambers, which is his own room in the back. Or in, you know, you can kind of guess where it is based on your current survey of the place. It's probably through the kitchen. Yep, you can see that there almost everyone in here has either a cup of sake or even a bottle of sake sitting next to that cup. Yeah, not super. One thing you do know is these buildings are very flammable because for the most part they are made of thin bamboo or paper. You look around a little bit and to try and not draw attention, you go and sit down at one of the tables. And the headmaster's wife, who's working in the kitchen, comes out and she brings you a cup of sake and she says, would you like a bottle with this, sir? "Hmm. It is one silver piece for a bottle and two coppers for the cup." Would you be planning to eat with us tonight, sir? We have some roast lamb. The roast lamb is 2 silver pieces, but the sake comes complimentary. Enjoy. Oh, sir, I can change your gold out. This is quite auspicious. She takes your gold into the back and she brings out 6 silver and 20 copper. This is. Oh, I did not have more silver, sir. I am sorry. Okay, so you're now established yourself. You've got a table. You have a little bit of time to wait and do a perception for me. You notice that the 2 commoners in the room seem uneasy and they're eyeing the dragonkin uh, often, and they're sort of silently eating their roast. The dragonkin, though, seem more boisterous. They are taking big bites out of their lamb and large gulps of their sake and enjoying themselves. And the headmaster's wife comes out with a plate of lamb and she says, "Here you are, sir. Please enjoy." She bows deeply. And as she walks back to the kitchen, she closes the kitchen door behind her. Everybody else can send him telepathic messages if you want to give advice or anything. That that's even better because then I don't have to make it up. But for narrative sake, feel free to give him advice. That's in the kitchen. It was in the kitchen. She did, yeah. Okay. As you finish your meal, this white dragonkin finishes their meal and they leave. You walk over to the dragonkin, or you just look at them. Yeah. He has a great club. Give me deception. The Dragonkin looks up at you, down at his club, looks up at you again, grabs the remainder of his roast lamb in his hand and shoves it into his mouth and bites viciously through the meat. And he goes, "No." Mm, it's resting against the wall next to his chair. Okay. Okay. What's your plan after that? You're gonna steal his great club in planning to steal his great club in like right here is gonna be that's gonna be very risky for you. You're most likely gonna draw his attention and then he's gonna attack you. Okay. Like you're gonna light it or you're gonna just pull it out. Okay. Now you're gonna set the place on fire is what you're gonna try and do? I you guys your guys default is like, what should we do? Burn the place down. If we can burn the place down, I mean, I think you're getting a little bit too elaborate. At the moment, you could probably just walk in there, kill the headmaster. The only problem with that is you're going to walk out with a bloody wakizashi and have to escape, right? Or, right? Like, yeah. Not really. They're more paper walls. There's a bamboo roof that you might be able to find a way in from. There's, the thing about these buildings is they were made usually with the understanding that they would be destroyed, either in war or natural disaster So they are not made with like sturdy barriers, right? Like you know what I mean when I'm talking about like Japanese paper walls, right? Like you could leap through some of these walls, right? Like you could just that's how thin they are. Um yeah. And the bamboo on the roof, some of them it's not like going to be securely hammered into place or anything. It could be easy for you to like pull up one or two bamboo thatches. So yeah, and even like getting into his house, into the room, you might be able to do that by finding a sneaky way to go through one of the walls, basically. Yeah. Right. So yeah, okay. Right. Oh, sorry. So you can't even really see. Yeah, 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 yeah. You don't even know what's going on. Right, right, right. That makes more sense. Okay. So, um, you here's what you've determined. Could you see that on your, did you see that? You're like 90% sure the headmaster's in here. Okay. Um, this space is the kitchen. Okay. That's where the fireplace is. Everything down here in this space here is all common room. Okay. Okay. Now everything else outside of that is the outside. And once you're outside, you might be able to um get away if you need to. Not all of them, but certainly you can find ones that you could be like, oh, here's a way I can get in. Okay. This is the door. Okay. So how about this? What time do you want to pull pull it off? Do you want to do it right away? Wait till midnight? Wait till the middle of the morning? What? Okay. So around midnight, let me see if I can put you. No, it won't let you here. I'm gonna put you around the back here. So now you're just outside the back of his place. How do you want to get yourself in? Through the wall, through the, or climb up to the roof? Okay. You climb up onto the roof. You notice that um there you probably could get in where the chimneys are into the kitchen. That would allow you access into the kitchen. Or you can probably try and pry up a board or two doing an athletics checks here and either getting a way to like fire a ranged weapon in, or you might be able to open it up enough for you to drop yourself down into the room. Okay, do an athletics check for me. Leopard style. Leopard rat. Rat leopard. I don't know which is better. You get one flat up. Do a stealth for me to see how quietly it was. It the bamboo cracks pretty loudly when you snap it in half. At this point, you think you may not have drawn attention yet, but you know if you do another two slats, which is what you need to fit your body through, that might be a bit of a risk unless you can be quieter. But I mean, like this first one, definitely was a little loud, and it was the slats are not super firmly put into place. Um, Actually, you feel pretty confident that you can probably lift two more slats with two more tries. You're not going to fail on that check, but you want to make sure you're quiet if you try more slats. Okay, do another athletics and stealth if you'd like. Yeah, athletics and stealth. Yeah. Oh, critical fail on the stealth. Did everyone get the want was or just me? Oh, because it's blind. Wah. Okay. Wait. No. So what happens in this one is you you're trying extra careful to be quiet, but what the way the bamboo's kind of bending, you're not sure when the pressure point is going to be. So you're gently trying to put more and more pressure on until it snaps. However, when it snaps, it surprises you, and you actually tumble into the hole, but your belly is a little bit too big to get through, and you're now kind of wedged with your face dangling down into the headmaster's room and your butt up in the air. Um, Good news, the headmaster's sleeping there and has not woken up, as is the headmaster's wife, has not woken up yet. However, bad news, you are wedged in in the ceiling and you're not sure what the next move is. Up, you can try and get yourself back up onto the roof, or maybe try and get yourself to squiggle and fall all the way through into the room. But the whole thing, was kind of loud, and if there's a guard outside, they may have drawn attention by now. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then I need you to do an acrobatics wiggle check, unless you have anything that's gonna let you wiggle yourself through the. Okay, I want it. I want the acrobatics check. Give it to me. Oh, and you roll, or you the total roll was a 20, not a critical, but a 20, which is certainly a nice enough roll to wiggle your way in, and you drop down. Give me another stealth check. Wah, 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 wah. And this time you drop quietly onto your rat paws, onto the soft floor, and you are now standing right over the headmaster and his wife, um, as they sleep. He's This is for following people. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's a commoner. You can kill him no problem by just slitting his throat right now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, you kill him. Okay, you you guys are you guys okay, but that's the thing. Well, that's the next thing is roll a stealth check. See if the wife wakes up or not. So roll a stealth check. No. He gurgles a little bit into your hand, and a couple bubbles of blood emerge between your fingers, but you stifle any noises that might have woken his wife, who is sleeping quite soundly right next to him as his lifeblood drains out. Um, you have done your deed, but now you must escape. How do you plan to get out? Yeah, do a roll me a roll perception. Okay. Roll a D100 for me. Roll a D100 for me. Sure, public it. That sounds fun. Slash slash R1D100, I think. Yeah. I tried to write it so you could see it, and then I realized that just rolled me a D100. Okay. Yes. So you look around, and the only real thing that you can see that is of valuable, that seems of value, is a chain that the headmaster's wife has in her hand, sort of like prayer beads. And you notice that as she's lying on her side, facing towards the wall, the outside wall that your character's at. And her hands are out. She's got the chain between them, and right in front of her hands is a jewelry box. The box itself looks like it's finely crafted and could be worth a few gold, but you expect there might be more chains or jewels inside the box. Now, at the same time, you hear footsteps coming down the path out front towards the entry of the headmaster's house, and they sound heavy. They don't sound like a commoner's footsteps. Killer. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's kind of a nice small wooden box, about 6 inches by 4 inches. And it's a dark wood, maybe like cherry or something. And it's inlaid with some nice carvings of what look like sakura blossoms. You could easily just scoop it up and look what's in there later. You're trying to get the blood on her hand and the knife in her hand while you leave. And what? Okay, well, how are you going to try and get out? Out through the the roof? Okay, so do a stealth check to try and do what you're doing. Critical success. It sounded like the toilet flushed. So I don't know why it sounded like a toilet flush when you got a critical success, but that's cool. Um Yeah, I don't know which one that was, but it kind of sounded like a toilet flushing, so I'm not sure. I guess that is a critical success, right? Like, woohoo, I made it. Okay, so that's your stealth. You quickly scoop up the box as you hear um the door open to the headmaster's house. The heavy footsteps come in. I guess should be this guy, I guess. And he goes, "What's going on in here? Let me in the back." You have to try and get out of here quickly before the guard who has heard something uh, comes and gets and spots you. So you need to climb back through the tightly squeezed roof panel that you were previously stuck in. So you're going to need an acrobatics check to get out of there. Wah, 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 wah. You better, because you jump up in there and you're tightly wedged in there. You can't. You're tightly wedged in the roof. And the bed and they are bed rolls. You're not, yeah. You're currently stuck. Sure, you can hero point to re-roll it. No, it's better than wah 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 wah. Okay, you feel yourself getting stuck in there, but you allow yourself to just exhale that extra little bit so that all the wine you were drinking earlier doesn't. Oh, you get your belly just through there, and poof, you pop out the top. And you now notice when you get to the top, it is started snowing, and there are some of the guards are walking around looking for something. There's you've definitely raised an alarm, um, and at the moment, yeah, you can see a guard right across from you. They're not looking up yet at the building; they're looking around. But yeah, he's if you just run out off the building into the street, you're probably going to be spotted right now. Now that might be okay if you're all right just running away into the night. Um, but if you could somehow maybe stealth away, you might want to do ninja roof craft. You could jump roof to roof. I know you can't see the buildings very well. Hmm. The roof. the roof. The roof is on fire. Long jump, horizontal, 2 actions. Boom. Horizontal leap. You get a minimum distance of 10 as long as you... Athletics roll. Okay. You're able to run to the south here, and it's not going to let me do it either. But you end up jumping on top of a building down here. You can see there are 2 Dragonborn walking by, but give me a stealth check. You duck quietly on the roof as they walk by. They are talking about, I think I heard something. There might be an intruder. Let's go look at the headmaster's house. They wander into the headmaster's house, giving you an opportunity to rush out. We're going to need one more acrobatics check here for you to sort of jump quietly down to the ground out of view. Oh, quite easily you make it. You do a nice little tumbling fall, rolling into a nice squat behind a bush. That allows you to do a quick look around. You see the coast is clear, and you use the darkness of the night and your ninja skills to slink away, having dispatched the headmaster. Um, yeah, that was a little like imagine sending in the guy who rolls ones all the time to do the stealth assassin, because that's what we did. That's what happened. Yeah. Okay. Like we keep asking him to be a fighter, but no, he keeps picking these hard. Yeah. Um. No, that was fun. That was fun. That's the first time we've had like true assassination in our game. That was pretty cool. Yeah. And um and okay, so since we're nearing the end here, I think what I'll do is deliver a little bit of rewards for that. So um later on, Whisper meets up with you, and she delivers you the 50 gold pieces and the +1 wakizashi. But you also, because of your cleverness, convinced me to give you more treasure. That's clever. That's how you play. That's how you really win D&D. You convince your DM to give you shit that wasn't in the notes. So now I'm going to ask Claude, what are the contents of the jewelry box that they stole when they assassinated the headmaster? Not Warple sword. Oh, it's the first thing that Claude says. Give them the Warple swords that are on the shelf right above their head. Why didn't they look there? Fuck yeah. That sounds cool. Yeah, actually this is a good campaign to do it in. Okay, here are some options. A small pouch of gold coin. That seems kind of lame if you ask me. 2 jade hairpins. Decorative quality craft. That sounds thematic because it matches where you found it. A merchant signet ring. So that would be Oru's personal seal or a single pearl. No, I don't know. I'm leaning towards the 2 Jade hairpins. Oh, wait. Claude says it should be all those things. I don't. That's too much shit. This. I'm just gonna say it's two jade hairpins, but I'm gonna say here's what I'll say you can write on your inventory. The the Sakura inlaid jewelry box. It is worth 5 gold pieces, and two jade hairpins each are worth 25 gold pieces. How much gold do all y'all have? Did I give you any? I gave you all 30, yeah. Do you guys want to buy shit? Like, how much are plus one things normally? It says 35 GP for a potency rune, not a striking rune. It says it's 100 gold pieces for both. So 65 to get this striking. Because most of you are just weapon and armor driven, right? Right. Okay. So, okay, actually, you guys are going to Kiba, which, so one thing I was going to say is, yeah, yeah, I feel like around level 4, you should be getting your plus ones, right? So, so, oh, is it? Oh, okay, okay, okay. So you guys are probably a little behind already. Yeah. Okay, well, here's yeah, here's what I was thinking is that in this style of game, it might be hard to keep running back to the shop if you're hex crawling everywhere, right? So what I am going to have in the game, and I might introduce next time, although like I said, we're going to Kiba probably, so you'll have an opportunity to have real merchants there. Is I'm gonna have like a traveling, yeah, there's a traveling merchant guy who's out here exploiting the war, basically, right? And you guys will be able to sell him, like fence him the shit that you just got, while also buying runes. Um, yeah, and there's also yeah, there's also other contacts like the Emerald Dragons if you wanted to do something a little more illicit. But yeah. Um, okay, this was fun. One thing I really loved about this is I had a whole other arc where you guys could go meet General Zhao, right? Like, so I really wanted to leave this up to you guys, but because of that, it means I don't flesh everything out as much. So like this whole this whole assassination thing was all just winged, right? And I mean that was part of my plot, but I didn't have everything set up. Like here's where the guards come in, and here's where whatever happens, or there's a jewelry box or whatever, right? Um, but I think that's working well because what it allows me to do is we can just play again next week, maybe, because I don't have to make up a ton of new shit, right? Um, so hopefully that means we can play more because in the last couple years we haven't played as much due to all the shit. So cool. Well, I'll try and send out a thing on Thursday to see if it works for next week. All right. Mm-hmm. Twilight! Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Twilight Sparkle? Oh, no. She's like my least favorite. Yeah, come on. Yeah, Twilight Sparkle is definitely the worst pony. Uh, yeah, okay. I mean, if you want. Well, if you haven't watched it, then don't be calling who your favorite pony is, okay? Yeah. Yeah, Rainbow Dash is definitely strong. My Little Pony is even good for 48-year-old men, I'm just saying. It's really, yeah. And it has John Delancey as the bad guy. So for that alone, yeah. Okay. Peace out, everybody. Done job.